Didn't we have a birthday today? Shane's. Looking good for 65. Happy 75. Happy birthday, Shane. Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. Any additions or deletions for the agenda? Not seeing any. Michelle's moving the agenda. Vote. That's carried. Minutes from last meeting. Everybody read them? Dustin's moving them. Any questions on them? Vote. And delegation 5.1. Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you use a delegation request from Aurora Power Renewables Limited. That is the proposed project that is kind of south, I would say southeast of 7, give or take. And so as per motion of council, administration put a letter of concern and asked for intervenor status. They had, Aurora had a meeting with my team, and they have some concerns. Aurora does, and so our recommendation to them was that they need to present to you folks. And so my team said, hey, fill out a delegation request, it'll go to council for your consideration, and then they'll come to an upcoming meeting.
Okay. Dustin?
Does it not put us in conflict with the AUC if we meet with a party that we have intervenor status against?
Well, they're coming to talk about the project. They had mentioned that we had elected officials at their open house, and they did not. There was no concerns shared at that time. So we could look into that, and I cannot say definitively if that would cause a conflict, because it's more of them coming and telling about the project.
Okay, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to make sure that that's not a conflict.
So what we can do, if you guys are okay with it, be subject to legal ensuring that it's not a conflict.
Okay, well, I'll move that then.
Keith? You're moving it? Okay.
So my question, is there not a 6-month recess on the provincial approvals for these things? Does this put this on hold till that 6 months is over? How does that play into that?
I think this one's already approved, is it not? Oh, Kenny?
Yeah, so the 6-month pause does have an effect, but what we're seeing is that the renewable energy developers are still continuing to consult so that they can essentially get as far down the process as they can. And the Utilities Commission is still consulting with industry and municipalities about what the pause means. So does it mean that they shut down all applications completely? Does it mean that they get sent to a certain point and then the approval stage just doesn't go forward? So at this point, it's expected, I think, that we continue to engage until told otherwise.
Any other questions? Good. Anything that's already been approved is still going ahead at this time, right? Correct? Yep. Okay. Richard?
Dustin and I were at that presentation, and we didn't care to comment for council until we had talked to council, but we sure didn't jump up and down and clap our hands for the project. That's definitely not.
I think sometimes there's an assumption on their behalf that if you're in attendance, that is,
For it.
yeah, so that's sometimes. And
Well,
so I don't know if they don't understand that collectively a motion is made and council presents if you want to be an intervener or not, and it's a collective decision. I don't know if there's not an understanding of that. But there's still a continuous learning curve for municipal processes for these folks. So,
Because I know Richard and myself, when we were there, we were more there to talk to the ratepayers that were affected, and we didn't really care what they had to say, to be honest.
yeah, yeah. I think sometimes, though, that's when they see presence and they are making an assumption that is, you're cool with it. Yeah. Oh, no, we need to be engaged.
And speaking on that too, so this 879 line that we recently did a hearing through the AUC on, because they brought up in the reports, because when they came into council and I didn't make any comment on it, that must have meant I was okay with it. No, I was keeping my mouth shut because I didn't have anything nice to say. So, but they brought that up when they brought it before the AUC, and I had to diligently correct them that I was just keeping my lid shut because I didn't want to make it personal when they were in the room here, so.
Robin?
I actually think it's important to make a point to these individuals that the fact that having a counselor or multiple counselors there does not represent the opinion of council, and it's a decision that hasn't come before council. And so for them to make the statement that, you know, they never brought anything forward is manipulative, and I don't like it, to be quite honest. I think that we need to reverse it back on them. They were there as a company doing their diligence, hearing the needs of the people in the area. There's no difference with us doing our role, which is to be present for some of these conversations and also to have our finger on the pulse of the community. And we don't necessarily hear what the pulse of the community is until after the event. So to imply approval or support for it, you know, is kind of gross.
Okay, so Dustin put a motion on for them to come in?
My motion was that to approve upon seeking legal,
Yeah.
if it's,
On the
that's
status.
not a conflict.
Yeah. Okay, any questions on it? Vote. Okay, that's carried. 6.1, Tarlene?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 43 is the July 2023 capital budget update. The recommended motion is that council receive the July 2023 capital budget update for information. Is there any questions?
Dustin?
I just had one question. That bylaw SUV, that was received almost 6 months ago now. Why isn't that in service yet? It just seems like an awfully long time to put a vehicle into service.
You know what, I don't know the specifics on that. I'd have to look into it and get back to you.
Blaine, you had something?
I was just gonna say, I thought it is, because I'm sure I seen her down at Irvin the other day. Huh? No, it didn't have no decals or nothing on it.
Yeah, well, if she's driving it though and it's not equipped, it's not really in service. I think her other one broke down, I think, was the problem.
Richard? Oh, Ken?
Yeah, just to respond to that. The air conditioning went on the older unit and it went in the shop until it's fixed. She's using the new one, but currently it's not all outfitted with the lights yet. We're still waiting on that. So once the air conditioning is fixed, she'll go back to that unit. Right now, she can't just pull anybody over with that unit. She can just respond to calls.
Well, I was gonna bring that up later and wondering if we were going into ghost car mode now or what.
Okay, any other questions? Dustin had the question, so he's moving it. Okay, vote. That's carried. Okay, before we go to the next one, I had an oops. I forgot to add it to the agenda. We all did it last Tuesday, and she is supposed to Zoom in this afternoon to bring the other one back, so we need to add on, how do we word that one? Personnel. We'll do that in camera. Sorry, guys, I had it written in my notes and forgot to bring it up. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, do you have a time?
We will set that up after our next break with her.
Okay, sounds good.
So 10.5 is personnel. Somebody can add that for me. Michelle? Vote. It's carried. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that. 6.2, Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 6.2 on page 49, it is the July 2023 operating update. The recommended motion that council receive the July 2023 operating financial update as information.
Blaine?
Yeah, I can make that motion.
Any questions on it? Dustin?
So we're just under the first thing in our revenue, just because we're in a variance of like $682,000 from last year at this time. Is that just uncollected taxes, or what would cause that?
Steve?
I'll need to look into that a little bit further. Our collection rate's about similar, so I'll just need to track that down for the difference.
Shane?
I'm curious, on page 54, Alberta Pond and Rescue Center, 15 grand.
That would be for A Park,
A-Park, yeah.
E-Park.
for the,
Yep, gotcha.
Anything else? Sure.
That variance you were asking about, well, didn't that come from the equestrian center for all the stuff that we did over there and they didn't? That's the way I understood it.
Steve?
Well, that one particular would be like just on what came through the door as revenue. So the equestrian one you're talking about would show up further down as that we would have over expended. The variance, I just took a moment, so you can see the July 22 to July 23, that increase in revenue came from the increase in the non-residential tax rate. So we're seeing that 682 with 102% variance is the difference of that scaling up of the uncollectible portion. Does that make sense? So we had a large increase. That means our unpaid also increased along with that.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Shane, you move this one? Vote. That's carried. 7, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 81 is the CAO report. Recommend motion that council approve the CAO report as presented. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from anyone? Shane?
So our fancy $100,000 little
Here we go.
patcher, I see it at least was working in our parking lot. Has it been actually out doing anything, and have we tried it on the oil yet, where that was the big push when we were looking at this machine, that it was going to be could work on oil patches?
Just to comment on the parking lot, we did some training there the last Wednesday, and did a number of spots, so they got a good technique and they got the method all figured out. We had to call the supplier and just get some clarification. So we got that system down. So we allocated Wednesday. It's our crossover day where we have some extra bodies. For right now, we don't want to take away from our oiling crew and what they got to do and what else is going on right now. So the first plan is to go out into Irvine and work on some of those streets and see how it goes. I think from what I've seen from the patches, they're looking good. And as far as the oil, we haven't tested it on the oil. We're going to test it on 2nd Ave, just out here. There's a bunch of spots that are coming out on the shoulder, so we thought we'd try it out there. Some of the concerns is the flash point of the medium curing oil that could start a fire. And so that's where we got to adjust our temperatures and do things differently with oil as opposed to hot asphalt.
Shane?
Also, I'd like to give the oiling crew, when I've been going through it on the black and white where they've been working, when I go down south to check the cattle, and I don't know what you guys all did, but it's really big improvement. The road looks good. They're cleaning up the shoulders. It rides good. And it seems like you're doing bigger sections, so it's easier. You know, they're not turning around and ripping up more. And it looks really good. It's nice to see.
Somebody's in a birthday spirit today. Michelle and then Dustin.
I just want to remind everybody, and anybody's interested, come to Sandy Point and see the new playground tomorrow night for supper. And did a really good job on the lift station in Schuler. Everybody was very curious. I got a lot of phone calls of what was happening, but it's all nice and clean now and done, and it just looks great.
So with the CP crossing on the 112 there, I see they want to meet on site for a review of the concerns. With them now being CP Kansas City, are they still a Crown Corporation, or are they essentially a private industry now?
As far as I know right now, they are still as they were before. They just purchased, they're the one that purchased the US company, so it falls under them. So right now, nothing has changed on their part as far as Crown ownership. And
Okay. I was just curious if it was that way or the other way around, because
Yeah.
if it was the other way around, they'd start balking it a little bit harder.
yeah, so confirmed that the US company did not buy CP, that it was the other way.
So I guess speaking on that too, since we have constant issues in billing and this and that with CP, it almost seems unfair to me that we have to take and subsidize their operations for them disrupting our infrastructure. Is that something we should maybe be addressing with RMA at some point, that we shouldn't be the ones holding the bill for essentially a Crown, which is mostly a private company, to operate?
Yeah, as far as the closed session conversation, those are some of the items that we're going to talk about, what to do next. And, you know, you mentioned we need to know what our obligations are on each of the lines. They're all different on different crossings and stuff like that, so it's a bit of a mess. So we're taking steps to clarify so we completely understand, because if we're going this way in the future, we're not going to be prepared. So we can talk about that a little bit more.
Robin?
Just to clarify too, I don't believe that CP is a Crown Corp. The passenger service was taken over by Via Rail, which is a Crown Corp. It's publicly owned. Some of the largest shareholders are TCI Fund Management, Royal Bank of Canada, Vanguard Group. So I think that's different too. I think that the reason why they sometimes feel like they're Crown Corp is they fall under the Railways Act, which is kind of like a Trump's federal government, it feels like sometimes. So I don't know how that affects or what, but it does seem like it is a publicly traded company versus Crown anyways. It's the Railway Act that is the bugger.
Okay, any other questions or comments? No, Lane, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna, my question for Ken too is with the urban project, the substation and the lift and stuff. Are we gonna have to redo that road up the hill to Range Road 30 there? Because with all that heavy traffic on there, it's taking quite a beating.
Yes, that was factored into the project costing, is reclamation of anything that they disturb.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and then also with the Stony Hill pit, I see we're moving it into a what do you call it? The class 1 designation, class 1 or whatever. Are we going to plan on doing some more exploration there once that gets passed?
Yes, that's a very good pit for us. We have a good future, and we have some obstacles around artifacts and TP rings and stuff like that, so that we've already started on delineating and testing and see how far we can acquire the class 1. Class 1 is anything over 5 hectares. So under the class 2 planning approval, then we're held to the same kind of guidelines as the requirements of the one, but we're just limited to the space. We're maximizing the 5 hectares in the other ones, but hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that question because I know the demographics of that pit, and I was just wondering how that was all going to fit into the.
Yeah, we're basically chasing or following the shelf all along the side of the bank, continuing what.
Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any. Who made the motion? Shane, okay. No more questions, vote. It's carried. Here, even council reports. So I got a little to add to mine. Yesterday was a very productive day. We met with Minister Lowen, flew in from up north and went out to Cypress Hills. Lloyd and Richard and myself spent the day with them and went through everything we've been discussing about the issues in Elkwater with Peter Swain and everything. It was very, very productive. I'll give you a little bit on it and then I'll let the other two fill in. Got to spend the day with the minister, with Dan Reister, the minister, myself, and his right-hand spokesgirl. We drove around and looked at fire load in the county, and he asked some very good questions. He was well prepared for his tour. When we left, we had supper with him around 4 o'clock yesterday, and when I was sitting beside him, I asked him certain questions about the day, and he was very positive on what he's seen, where he's going to go with it. The biggest one that, the first thing he actually said when I asked him how it went, he said, we are going to have that agreement for that road through Russell's place. That will be done immediately. There will be no more playing around with that. So that was a positive. He did state that he's got to look into what money they can get coming down to get this logging done and stuff done. He's a big person for prescribed burn, but after he looked at Elkwater, he said this is not the place for that. So he recognizes that it needs logging, it needs to be cleaned up before any of that kind of stuff can take place. It was a very, very positive afternoon. I will let Richard fill in more on that right now and Lloyd, and then we'll move on from there.
So we kind of split up and talked about different items. Lloyd and I ended up talking to Shane Schreiber. He's the Assistant Deputy Minister for the Parks Division out of Forestry and Parks, and our concern was getting some kind of agreement into place, like who's in charge if there's a fire, an emergency. I think we had mentioned we were about 7th or 8th on the list, and we felt the people above us didn't know they were on the list and didn't have a clue, and Yeah, we had a good conversation. This Mr. Schreiber is on top of it. He drew me a map and he said, well, we should have a copy of their emergency management plan, and there was a few other things, and I said, well, if we got them, they're not, I think we need to review it, and he agreed also that we need to be in part of, when they have tabletop discussions, that, I think, Kim, you're the one that's supposed to be in on those, right? You and Jason? And he said that he would definitely look at getting that part of it done. And then, as Dan said, we talked about the emergency exit on the west end, and it was expressed by some people there that they didn't think it was an issue. It was accessible, and we go, no, it's not. You need to be able to have, you might have to have a lot of traffic, and some of it will be heavier traffic, and so yes, I'm thinking that will be sent to you, Tara Lynn, sooner than later. Yeah, that was pretty positive. And what else? Yeah, just they were both very open-minded. Pam Davidson was their minister's press secretary, and she was listening quite closely what was going on. Justin Wright was there, and Terry Ann Bauer was their consistency, or I always have trouble with that word, manager, and she's the one that set everything up and had everything lined up for us. I think the helicopter tour was really an eye-opener, because as the minister had said, and also the other two, that you have to be there, you have to experience it. Just looking on a map just shows a hunk of green, and it doesn't do the same, right? So that was really, really good for them, and also they got a bird's eye view of the marina. He said that really helped to see what was going on there. 'Cause, yeah, the Cadillac version out there it wasn't going to work. It was too hard to find the money. And, well, I don't know, Dan Reeser rode in the first helicopter that went, the tour that went up was Dan Reeser and the minister, and Justin was there, and Corey, yeah, he is the wildfire expert out there, and he's the guy that rides in the helicopter. Anyway, they took a tour, and then they come back, Dan and Pam, the press secretary, and Shane were up there, and also had a good chance to have a conversation. When we were all done, we went over to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever that place is called, and we just had a nice short little sit-down talk, and ironed out a few more things. So I can't think of a more productive meeting than what we've had for a long time, and of course we're going to expect great things. They have a budget to deal with, which they reminded us, and so I think you'll see some things happen. It was good.
It was a good time to bring up Hawaii and Yellowknife and open their eyes a little bit when they seen what was out there, so the timing was perfect for that. But Lloyd, do you have anything to add to it?
No, you pretty well covered everything. I was just going to say too that everybody was pretty well point blank. And some didn't like the answers, and most of us did. The one thing I think that got the minister's attention was when we started, we got this big layout maps and plans from some of the park staff showing where the fires are, and then it was explained that they had fire cuts all over. So it was decided that we should go up and see an area called Willow Creek. I don't know if people are aware of that area, but it's at the top of the bench there, further to the west, right off the main drag there. You cannot walk more than 20 feet in there without tripping and falling on deadfall. And it's lodgepole pine that they call, and it's really thin, and it's tall, and it is thick. And the ditches were completely uncut. They hadn't been cut, I'll bet you, for 10 years. It was overgrown, and he was a little shocked to see that. And I think it kind of changed a few things, so, and about the fire load and what needs to be done out there.
And Corey did speak up and say that he would not bring any firefighters or any fire teams into that area because there's no way to make it safe for people to work in there, so. It opened the minister's eyes. We did get to talk to the minister too about the walking trails and them maybe keeping us involved in the next decision so that we can get ATVs or side-by-sides down to rescue people. Or the bike trails, yep. So we said we weren't against them, we just need to be paying attention to getting people out of there when people get hurt, so. Yeah, Richard?
And also, we discussed the fact about the lease, or the grazing leases. It's, there's a range agrologist that manages it, and Dan Reeser pointed out that there hasn't been a review since 1980, and it was time to do that. So the minister agreed that, yeah, they need to look at that. I think that would probably fall under the deputy minister's job, but we just kept hammering away, but we were nice. Some of us were, anyway.
But, yeah, that's all I have to add to my report on that. So, any questions on my report? I'll start with Michelle and we'll come around.
Mine's there. Everything's written down. I'm good.
Nothing to add?
Nothing much for me from the last meeting, I guess. One thing, I guess, we had a seed plant meeting, and there's some fun things happening there, but I'm not allowed to talk about them yet, but I'll keep you guys apprised when it happens, so.
Shane?
I'd just like to thank council, not for the flowers, for my mom's funeral. Thank you. Attended, it was put on by the Alberta Cattle Feeders Association, a tour of Vauxhall and some feedlots in the Enchant Vauxhall area. It was really, really interesting. Glenn Watts was even there and attended it. He found it interesting in knowing how frustrating it is to deal with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. They're spending a lot of money now on that Vauxhall. They used to just kill local cattle, maybe 8, 10 a week. They're expanding it so they can kill 60 to 70 head a week. They'll still do a few for the locals, but most of it will be for the people that now own it and spending the money revamping this plant so they can go into the restaurant markets in Alberta, the Brazilian market, Chinese, and all the foreign ones. It's really interesting when so they're getting inspected, their meat will be inspected, meet all Alberta standards through the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, but it's so screwed up that they can't sell into Saskatchewan. They can only sell in Alberta. Really? So here we live in this big country, and like Glenn said, try to get that changed and dealing with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is a nightmare. And they're powerful, and he said it's ongoing, but it's really a shame that we live in this country and a packing plant is good for Alberta, good for their residents, can't sell it across the border. And then we went out to the feedlots, big, new, modern feedlots. And it's really interesting how foreign investment has taken over in our industry, the cattle industry and the feeding industry, and that. A lot of that meat that out of that feedlot is going directly overseas. And it was really interesting.
We can sell it overseas, but we can't sell it to Saskatchewan?
You got her. Well, no, them cattle then out of there are going, they have their own days set up at Cargill. So then that's a federally inspected plant. And then they can it goes from there. The plant in Vauxhall is really interesting because they are going to be hanging our meat for 21 days. Where you take JBS and Cargill, a lot of them are killed today and cut up today or tomorrow. Right away, they're not aged. But they're looking at the specialty restaurants to serve them, you know, with the aged beef and. Yeah. So yeah, it was really worthwhile. I really enjoyed it and was fed a nice supper afterwards. And you had really good chicken wings. No, and no, that was about it.
Thank you. Richard?
I'll keep it as short as I can, but you guys do work me like a rented mule some days. So joined Michelle at the Hilda Centennial, and it was an awesome turnout. Man, there was people there. Holy man, that. Yeah. Wow. That hall couldn't handle it. It just good thing they had a tent set up outside, but it was great. And then Monday, July 24th is when I went out to Elkwater with Dan, and there was Keith Reeser and also the Reeve of the RM of Maple Creek. His name is Eldon Jamison, and we talked to those people, or we talked to the new park manager, who is, his name is Dylan. Can't remember his last name. Yeah, and Kim and Terlyn were there, and I see Terlyn's not here, but anyway, she kind of read the riot act to him and explained, when you have any kind of meetings out there, our staff needs to be involved in it, and so does our fire chief when you're talking about fire departments, et cetera, et cetera. So I thought that was pretty good. July 27th was the parade, so I drove our Reeve around and went for lunch with him. Shook hands and kissed babies, yeah, sure. Or whatever the order was. July 28th, I would join Michelle at the Stampede Grounds, and we gave the award out for the Family Farm of the Year. Unfortunately, their PA system was terrible, and most of the people higher up didn't hear us at all. Tuesday, August 8th, met with John Roderman at the Irvin Community Resource Center, discussed the outside landscaping, and we also toured the building. Plumbers and electricians were in there. And let's see. I got a backside on this one, yeah. Friday, August 11th, our Reeve was busy, so I went to the Regional Drainage Committee meeting in Tabor and listened to the concerns there was. And I think the biggest concern is if there's another major flood, which the 100-year floods seem to be coming a little more often than 100 years. 90 years, if the existing infrastructure is damaged, what effect will it have downstream, especially on Cypress County, because we do have a lot of farmers that depend on water and I guess some greenhouses, et cetera, et cetera. And then in the afternoon, we attended the South Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee meeting and discussed the partnership, formalization, and governance model. And Terlyn let them know what she wanted to see on there, and they were listening, so I guess we'll see what happens for the next meeting. And then yesterday, the meeting in Elkwater, and Kim, I think that this deputy minister definitely will be in touch with you, or you're going to be able to, because he wants to get this straightened out, who's the boss, like what happens. And Dan said to him, we don't want to be in charge, but we sure as heck want to know who is in charge and the order, and we want to be involved in some of those meetings. So I think you're going to see that person.
I'm hopeful, but Shane Schreiber, we've had many discussions with him. Yeah. And so hopefully your guys' involvement in yesterday creates some movement, but he's very aware, because 3 years ago, give or take, we had those every meeting, Monday morning meetings. Yeah. And so I am optimistically
I am
hopeful.
too, especially since the minister was standing beside us when we,
Yeah,
discussed stuff.
because Mr. Schreiber used to be with emergency management.
Yes, yeah.
And so there was some tussling back and forth with municipal affairs and parks, and I truly hope that there is some resolution.
Yep.
I truly hope.
I got you. But we weren't shy in our discussions about when something was said and we go, no, that's not right. So it's not the way it is. And so I think we covered some great ground. And that's it.
Blaine?
Okay, yep. Council meeting on the 18th. Also met with Richard and John to go over the playground area at the Urban Resource Center. On the 4th, I got instructions from the Reeve to do an interview with Chat TV on the state of the drought and its effects that's having on the producers. And I guess I didn't stumble and bumble too bad because I had a few people say it was okay. So, August 8th, I went to the Western Stock Growers meeting held up at Silver Springs Resort that the Reesers have up there. They put on quite a good deal there. They had really good lunch and stuff, and had good reports from what the Western Stock Growers and the ABP do to help the livestock industry in our province. So it was quite informative. That was good to be at. Also reports from LIS, which is the brand association, and the RCMP, and what roles they play in the cattle industry. So yeah, it was worthwhile going for sure. August 15th, attended the special council meeting we had. And then I guess pretty quiet in the area. Only had one ratepayer call with concerns of the drift of the ditch spraying, on some windy days, and staff addressed that, and that guy was really happy with the results. So yeah, other than that, pretty slow.
Robin?
Nothing to report?
Lloyd?
Well, it's been quite busy for me. Back in the end of July there, attended a meeting in Dunmore here with the CAO, some other staff concerning some fire issues out in Elkwater area. And then on the 29th, attended a meeting with Councilor Hawk there at the MLA's office in Medicine Hat with Gary Wise. And we talked about the 41 highway and again about Elkwater and fire and stuff. And then on the 6th, had a meeting in Elkwater. Was the Elkwater Association meeting. And again, the fire and evacuation got brought up. Got pretty heated sometimes, and Peter was there and spoke for about an hour. And then on the 8th was MPC, and then on the 10th, had another meeting in Elkwater with Richard and the Reeve and that, and that was another good meeting with Dylan. And then on the 15th was Chambers, and on the 16th was another meeting here in Dunmore with Richard and the Reeve and Dan and Keith Reeser. And then on the 21st, we had another meeting in Elkwater there for the tour, which was really good. And just to add on to Richard's there about the evacuation, when we were talking to Shane about it, he was asked why there was a CO in charge, and he flatly said no. And then one of the park staff said, yeah, and he said no. It would be like, at the beginning, it would be Dylan, and then the next step would be Peter, and then the third step, when they got things going, would be somebody from Calgary, Edmonton, or something.
Yeah, they're responsible for the evac. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
So I was glad to hear that when he was asked.
It was just, we don't want to put harm's way of our people if, God forbid, it ever happened, and we're responding, and that's the thing, is if something happens, they have all these plans, but they plan to plan.
Right.
And that's the terrifying thing. So at least they're acknowledging still they're responsible for it. Just, yeah, we're gonna have, if God forbid something happens, we're gonna have people in there. And it terrifies me, actually, what's gonna happen.
And then a couple of phone calls and a couple of ranchers came into the yard because they were cutting ditches and a small fire started just north. It was taken care of by the staff. And then about 4 phone calls on the fire services, and that's coming up later, so, yeah, that's been it.
Keith?
Okay, so I did an interview with Chat News over the drought thing earlier in the month and the 2 council meetings, and that's kind of where I'm at.
Blaine?
Yeah, I forgot to add one thing that I had a Urban Ag Society meeting. They've got a new manager there, and yeah, seems to be really, really aggressive. Going to be a really good guy. I think he's really cleaning up the place. They've repainted the curling rink, and when I was there, it looked really good. He's got plans of moving things around storage-wise and that kind of thing. They also have plans on redoing their bar area, and I think that's in the works for September. They're resurfacing the cement pad out the back where the Zamboni goes with that rubberized stuff. So yeah, no, really good meeting that we had down there on the 8th.
Okay. Shane?
Yeah, I forgot that I had Sean from our communications department got a hold of me to see if I'd do an interview about the drought and the grasshoppers with the Weather Network, which I did, and he was out there for quite a while. He was quite entertaining at times because he was pretty green. But yeah, so I did that.
Yeah. At your age now, you got to write things down because you forget.
I forgot about July.
Okay. Any questions on the reports? Quite a few good reports, but we haven't been here for a while, so. Lloyd, oh, yeah.
I just wanted to let council know that we received a thank you card from the Hilda Community Association and the Hilda Centennial Community, actually council did, thanking them for their contribution to their centennial, and yeah, it was a great event. So I didn't pass that card around, but Councillor Michelle's seen it, so yeah.
Excellent. Keith, you're going to move the reports? Okay. Vote. Yeah. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. The youngest one is requesting the bathroom break. That's on you. Back to order. We are at 9.1. Terralyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cypress County Library Board Financial Review. It's on page 124. The recommended motion, I'd like to do a slight amendment to it, that council approve the CAO, Director of Corporate Services, or a designate to complete the financial review annually of the Cypress County Library Board. This is to ensure that our folks with Alberta Libraries are fine with the appointment. It's best not to have an individual in case there's an individual that changes roles or changes organizations. So it keeps it open, and I am confident this will make everybody happy.
Okay. Robin?
My question is why don't we just put the title of the position that Travis had and have it carry over? Like ultimately, both the CAO and the Director of Corporate Services are going to be overseeing and approving it. I'm just kind of curious as to why we need to have a director or the CAO doing a financial review versus delegating that to somebody that's going to be in the numbers anyways.
And I 100% appreciate that. When we spoke with the library board, it became very apparent that we'd kind of and Terralyn's word, that we'd kind of pigeonholed ourselves. So I can't disagree that council can make that if they want, but if you list the CAO owns everything and can delegate, and to clarify, to add Director of Corporate Services, I'm honored, but either way, I think it just allows us to be nimble in the future, and we don't have to address this again. In the Cypress County bylaws for the library board, it says someone that is satisfactory to council. So another way to look at it would be that if we all trusted in Terralyn that she would know whose desk to land this on, then that allows her that power. That's how I interpret it. But
In working with the Alberta Library folks, they suggested that to keep it open, and this would give us some flexibility. So,
Blaine? Oh, you had your hand up there.
I guess in light of consistency, I will make this motion.
Okay. Robin, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like in other boards I've been a part of too, like we have somebody that can audit the books and have whether it be an accountant or somebody with accounting experience that's third party. I just think about the optics of this too. Like we need to follow the rules, and that's out there as far as the libraries nationally go. However, I do think that it's valuable. Doesn't necessarily have to be third party, but somebody that's a little bit more separated from council. And by having the CAO there, that's the only employee of council. If it was a member of council doing the review, we would run into the same potential challenge from the public, especially coming through what we have in the last 6 months. I think that from an optics perspective, we either have it as that position where Travis was at, or even potentially having an audited or a review done like you would in any nonprofit, where an accountant just looks over it, approves it, and says, yeah, things are in order, and then have that posted that way. I think that's safest for the county as well as for the board.
Richard?
So we have a budget of about $145,000. Used to be about $135,000, maybe a little less when we first got going on this. And based on some of the other boards that I sit on, to get an accountant to review it could be $1,800 to $2,800. And we chose not to go that direction when we had more than, we have qualified people here that can do that. And again, the budget is approved by council. It's nothing that can be moved forward without council's approval, and so the paperwork's always in place. And we were trying to eliminate an expense. It was the big part. But again, we have qualified people here to look it over. So,
Michelle?
I agree. To me, this just makes sense. It's not saying that Terralyn is actually going to do it herself. It's saying that she knows who to get to do it. And so it's just giving that power, I think it's a good idea.
Blaine?
Well, yeah, to back Michelle's point up, that's what I was going to say. I think as the motion reads, it just gives our employee, who is Tara Lynn, the ability to appoint some in-house staff to be able to do the audit. Does that make sense?
Robin?
That's not how the motion reads, though. The motion reads that council approve the CAO or designate to complete a financial review annually. So if what you guys are saying is what you want, it should read that the council approve the CAO to delegate somebody to do. Right now, it says that the CAO or a designate to complete the financial review.
Yeah, I get, okay, I see the reading.
Little housekeeping?
Okay, yeah, okay.
So are we looking for an amendment to that then? That would read that that council approve the CAO to delegate a designate? Or do we want to just state that the individual that is, head of finance or whatever to do it? Because right now, I believe when we read further down, it says that the council deem it as an appropriate person. So that's now we're contradicting ourselves, because we're basically saying the council will identify the CAO to find it an appropriate person. If we're the ones that are finding somebody that is appropriate and has the experience, then we should be naming that as the designate.
And really, council can take this however direction they feel. The interpretation of that motion would be if the CAO or CAO, comma, Director of Corporate Service, or designate was established. If we say the CAO to designate, that would remove the CAO from being able to review that audit. And if that's council's intention, that would be the difference of the or versus, and I don't, for us, it doesn't matter. We just take direction, so.
What are you changing it to, Blaine? It's your motion.
Well, I would amend that motion to say, to approve the CO to designate to complete the financial review. Does that make sense then? Is that okay?
Is that what you guys want? Michelle and then Richard.
So, Carolyn, is that going to make a difference from what you were expecting of this?
We just need someone to be identified.
Yes, I know, but are you,
I don't,
did you want to go over the financials before?
I do.
Okay, so, because
My
that,
team brings them to me.
Yeah.
So and when they have concerns, they bring them to me.
that's what
So
I'm asking, because if we
so-
change it, then that's going to eliminate you from,
Oh, they'll bring it to me.
okay.
They'll bring it to me. What we need is, because the holdup is because we had a specific person, the library board cannot get their grant until the review is done. The review has been done. They didn't like how the wording of the motion. So I am super cool with anyway. We just need to do something different.
Okay, Richard?
I'm struggling with this because I don't have any trouble with the CAO either doing it herself or appointing somebody. I don't understand why. I mean, as a CAO,
She's going to see it anyways.
the CAO is more than qualified to do this review. But as your duties are numerous, you've handed it off before, and we would continue to do so. So I'm not comfortable with removing it. I want some options, because right now, there's a check sitting at the Alberta government for the library board for $40-some thousand that we can't get because we didn't have this, because of the change. So I don't agree with removing the CAO.
Yeah, you are the
Am I?
one.
I didn't think I was removing the CO with my motion.
Robin?
The CAO to her role and her duties. The problem about having it set up where the CAO can do the review is that if there's a public inquiry that is questioning the review, now the CAO is in a position where they're personally being attacked for what they performed as a review. versus delegating. And so the role is not for the CAO to go and do and write up and do the reviews. It's to actually review what has been prepared for her. And so we're actually giving her the freedom to do her role. And if there is public questioning, which there is going to be, we know this right now, that if it is the optics of it alone, what are you making, why are you looking confused?
No, sorry, I didn't see the public questions coming, but okay.
Look at the last 6 months. I guarantee you that there's people watching this that are going, oh, well, what's happening? The agenda had an issue for the Cypress County Library Board, which is a buzzword in the last 6 months. Urban Community Resource Center Playground, that's going to be a buzzword. So people are like, they're watching what's happening with this. And so to me, it's the safest for the CAO to delegate to somebody that she trusts, but at the same time, she can still exercise her role and responsibility as the caretaker of the county. That if somebody calls in and says, hey, I'm concerned about this, she goes, you know what, I'll go and talk to my team, I'll see what we can find, and she can still play that role, versus if it's her that puts it together and question, then now where do you go? Now it just becomes that, so.
Mr. Chairman, I'm cool, totally cool to change to. That's not a concern. All good. All good.
So what do you change it to? Don't look at me, it's your
I'm
motion.
looking at you because I want to speak.
You can speak.
Well, I'm okay with doing the 2 because I still think it all, now, correct me if I'm wrong here, it just is who's actually signing off on the thing. So if like whoever you're going to get to complete it will be the one signing off on it. Is that what's basically we're talking about?
Typically, the review will be done in corporate services. So despite it having a particular individual, it goes through a few hands just to make sure it's perfect. And ultimately, Terralyn would sign it.
At the end.
At the end, yeah. That's our current practice. So we've got that separation, that segregation of duties to ensure that it's gone through all the steps and is tested.
Honestly, council, honestly, the 2, CAO 2, delegate to Director of Corporate Services or designate. Awesome, perfect.
There you go.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Changing it to 2.
Just change that word to 2. Yeah. Leanne, you want to read that? My mumble jumble.
That council approved the CAO to designate the Director of Corporate Services or designate to complete a financial review annually of the Cypress County Library Board.
Perfect. Everybody's good with that?
Robin, good? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Robin's good?
Okay, vote.
Mine just says settings. Oh, maybe that's the back arrow. Oh, yeah, I just learned something.
Oh, you moved it forward on. Okay, that's carried. 9.2, Terralyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 133, cap funding Irving Community Resource Center playground equipment. The recommended motion that council fund the Irving Community Resource Center playground equipment, park accessories, and site beautification from the community aggregate payment levy reserve, not exceeding $166,000. And I believe that Councillor Brost is going to speak to this request for decision.
Yes, I'd like to make that motion to council fund the Urban Community Resource Center playground equipment, park accessories, and site beautification from the community aggregate payment cap levy fund not exceeding $166,000. I think what that does, it aligns the whole park area into the rest of the playgrounds that we've done in the county.
Fair. Shane?
Yeah, no, I agree with this motion. That's why when I first got on, I brought this cap aggregate payment forward, is to use for a lot of our playgrounds and to improve stuff for the kids and rinks and that. And we did, other parks, and no, I agree with this.
Anybody else? Robin?
I'm just curious from a precedent standpoint, Sandy Point, Irvin School, like different playgrounds that we have contributed to, have we not maxed that to 50,000 in the past?
The Sandy Point was entirely paid out of cap,
What was the amount for that?
100.
100?
I
Anything?
think I can answer that for you. We were doing those before this cap came in. We were doing it at 50,000, but now that the cap program is in, we've been doing more. This, before it used to come out of our regular funds. Is that correct, Leslie? Okay. Richard?
Just for everybody that's listening, one of the reasons that we are asking for a little bit more money was the fact that the decision was made by the Cypress County Library Board to make this wheelchair accessible or barrier-free. So if you're looking at the site, on the left-hand side will be the park with the picnic equipment, and on the right-hand side will be the playground equipment. Well, that playground equipment will have the rubber-based floor, and that's a specialty item that an outfit out of Calgary is coming to do it, and that's $58,000 for that floor. But now anybody that has trouble, wheelchairs or however, can access that playground equipment. And the playground equipment is for 2 to 12-year-olds. We built it for that age group. Anybody that wants to, any bigger kids, there's a huge playground over at the city school that's a block away. But that's why this amount is considerably more, is because of that floor. Okay.
Any other questions? Robin?
So when the original building was approved, was there not a budget that, or was there a budget that was assigned to the landscaping and playground at that time?
We had put this in at that time, we had $132,000 that we wanted to do for playgrounds, for the playground. But we looked at trying to get some grant funding. We weren't successful on that. And then the plan was, in fact, Blaine and I had sat down with Beth, and we were going to do some fundraising to do this outside. It's then that we found that the contractor had a quote in there for some landscaping, in other words, a sprinkler system and sod. And so now we realize that we needed to get our stuff done sooner as far as playground and parks equipment, get that in there before the landscaping went in, because the landscaping has to be done by the fall, because that's when there's a contract deadline on it. So everything kind of got changed around, and that's why we're asking for the funding now. So nothing out of the ordinary except for the rubber floor, though. That's the reasoning. So, and we have had a few issues with some things going a little bit over budget.
I was going to address that point too. We also had, like any construction process, we had issues with drainage and a few other things that cost us a little extra money. So to keep our budget in line, that was why we thought we'd ask for using the cap funding for the playground, like I said before, to align it with the rest of the uses in the county.
Shane?
How much is sitting in our cap funding right now account
I know.
for playgrounds and?
So 850,000. 850,000. 100 is coming out for Sandy Point for this year, and we usually get about 150, 175. We don't know till the end of the year, until everyone sends in the levy. So, but there's 850 in there. 100's already coming out, so that's 750, and then whatever council decides, and then it's usually 150 to 175 that come into that levy a year. Depends on how much gravel is hauled, because it's at a tonnage basis.
Any other questions? Okay, call for the vote. Vote. Carried. 9.3, Darlene?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tax penalty cancellation request, Roll 2433-8100 on page 135. The recommended motion is that council uphold the tax penalty as per bylaw 2020-02 in relation to tax roll 2433-8100. There is backup information to follow with the request. The request from the ratepayer is on page 137.
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion? Michelle?
I'll move to uphold what we got.
I think that's fair. In the past, we've always upheld unless it was a clerical error from our office staff. Or otherwise, we've always upheld it. So. Any questions on it? Vote. It's carried. 9.4, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tax penalty cancellation request, Rule 62-9700. It is on page 138. The recommended motion that council uphold the tax penalty as per bylaw 2020-02 in relation to tax rule 62-9700. And the information is to follow. The letter from the ratepayer is on page 140.
Pretty much same thing. Keith? Go ahead, Keith.
So what actually happens if the mail doesn't deliver your check? That's not our fault, but it's,
No. It's your responsibility to get the check here on time, so if it's a mail problem, it's not ours. Unless it's stamped prior to, well, no, that's us, right? June 30th, yeah.
So sometimes what happens is that mail is dropped off and in this neck of the woods and is sent to Calgary for processing and then comes back. So you may have sent it on the 29th, but it doesn't get stamped till July 3rd. Yeah. And so we always offer the tip program for people to do that, and then they don't ever have to worry about that. So we have that as a program, and it works quite well and easy to do. So, yeah, but this has been happening for several years now. There's, what, a couple every year that this happens, Steve, hey?
Yeah, right around the first mailing of the penalty notice, that's normally when less than a handful, but 2 or 3 trickle in annually. 2 is the case this year.
You still got a question, Robin?
She says that she sent this in the end of May. If it's not received by July, does it say here that we received it on July the 1st or we received it on July 11th?
The county never did receive this letter. The check.
They never did receive the check.
We didn't receive the envelope, the check. So we would have to make an assumption that it was lost somewhere.
Yeah.
Fully believing that it was sent, and although it was happening, it didn't get to us, and that's ultimately still the taxpayer's responsible, despite the forum that they try to get payment to us.
Yeah, if you don't receive it and then you say, okay, you won't pay anything extra, we open ourselves up for a whole different can of worms at that point.
Oh, God, yeah. We've,
Yeah.
Shane and then.
I got a little bit of an issue with this one because I'm in the same situation. Like they said, they sent it May 30th. And if the mail loses it, it's not their fault. They say they paid it. They thought they paid it until they got the notice. I just received an invoice in the mail. And when I look back, I wrote the check on April 28th. And the guy has not received it yet. So now, I did not know that he didn't receive it. Because sometimes they don't cash it right away. I mean, we're a little different, but. So it's not, when you're thinking, I thought it's paid. Now I confirmed with them yesterday that, no, he never got it. So it's caught up in the mail somewhere. And that's from end of April till now. So I mean, at times the mail delivery will screw people over. And is it this lady's fault that she thought she paid the bill, thought it was all good, and all of a sudden, bingo, it's not? I know it's a line about forgiving, but at times, I mean, I'm in the position. I understand where she's coming from.
Michelle?
Well, I understand where you're coming from, that it isn't her fault and it isn't the county's fault. But if I write a check, I check my bank account on a regular basis. You can see when that check has been cashed. If it hasn't been cashed, you should go and say, oh, hey, something happened. Maybe I lost it, whatever. But I think it's still the taxpayer's responsibility to pay it.
Robin?
I think the precedent that we would set by allowing it to not go, like, be enforced is way more severe, because you could run into somebody that is not well-intentioned, that writes a check or doesn't write a check and just claims that, oh, I sent it. Currently, when we send out our notice of assessments and our bills, do we have anything on there like Cypress County does not assume responsibility for lost checks? Therefore, like, could that possibly be something that we, add to it? We have e-transfer, we have, whatever those options are for payment, and just to highlight the fact that we will not be held liable or responsible for postage delivery delays or anything like that, just kind of moving forward anyways.
Legislatively, we advertise when the notices are going out, because we break between assessment and taxation. So there's two separate notices that come out. So we do advertise because our periodical is the Courier, so we do that. We always put a blurb in there about payment options, but we can add something that says, please ensure payment is received, or something like that. It's the responsibility of the ratepayer. I think we could add that. But that's how, just so you know, so when the notices go out, we put a notice in the Courier, and then we also do it on our website and socials as well. That's how it goes.
I mean, it's not something that's, everything you do, if you don't pay your utilities on time, you get a penalty. It's a common thing in this world, pay your bills on time. I mean, yeah, it got lost in the mail or didn't get in the mail, it wasn't here, so it's a penalty. We can't forgive it. Sorry, but it's the way life rolls. Is there any other questions or comments on it? Who made the motion for it? Or I don't have, oops. Well, Keith made the motion. Okay. I thought I had one.
So just to put things into perspective, this is 2 roll numbers out of 24,000. So I'm so empathetic for those people, and they did 100% get burned by the mail. I trust them completely, but it's a really, really good percentage of collection. On those 1 to 2, there are those things that fall through.
Yeah, we usually get 2 every year.
I think I have to agree with what's all been said. I mean, this is a policy that's in place, and it's pretty hard to, back down from it from instance of mail delivery. I too had a problem with a check that never got to EPCOR, and all of a sudden they canceled me. It's like, what? And then, NMEX canceled me, and EPCOR picked me up, and I got a bill for $750, to go to them, and I'm like, what's going on here? And same thing was a mail thing, but that was my fault for not checking the bank statements every day, I guess.
Not following through. Yep. Yeah. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to uphold it. Any more questions? Vote. We gotta hurry up here. That's carried. 9.5, Charlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs on page 141. The recommended motion is that council directs administration to schedule a meeting with the Honorable Rick McIver, Minister of Municipal Affairs, at the 2023 RMA Fall Conference. Towards the bottom of page 141, there are some suggestions of if you wish to meet with the minister. Could talk about the new fiscal framework, assessment model review, firefighting training grant. That's just suggestions, and because when we request the meeting with the minister, we have to identify which topics of conversation that council would like to discuss.
Lloyd, making the motion. Any questions on it? Vote? Oh, wake up there, old timer.
Will we have time before, well, I had my hand up, you aren't paying attention. Before the convention to come up with what we want to discuss?
As soon as you put the request in, you have to identify the items that you wish to discuss.
So we got to do it now.
Yes.
So that's the ones on the bottom here.
They're just suggestions, that's all they are.
Well, I mean, one of my big pushes nowadays is with this renewable energy. Why are we, and this goes to all departments, why are we approving a bunch more when some existing ones aren't in production? So why don't we get the existing ones back into production before we waste more farmland, more land, building new ones? So they go up for a bit and then out of production. It has to stop. That's one of the issues.
That can for sure be one of the things. Also too, so they're doing a consultation with industry and with municipalities with renewable energy. So I know the planning supervisor has created a list of things that when they ask for, our concerns with the renewable energy process and the whole industry, that is one of the items on there that we would put forth as a concern.
Another issue I have, and it's to deal with, the young farmers, young ranchers, and that what we're seeing, not so much right here in Cypress County, but in other counties. Some of this irrigation land is coming up for sale. And I know of instances where the guys have said, yeah, I'll pay that much for it, what they're asking. Where we have all of a sudden the Ontario Teachers Union Fund and hedge funds out of Ontario purchasing this land at a higher rate than they're even asking to get it. So to protect our young people and our young farmers, we got to try to get the government to look at maybe doing an investment tax. So if they're not directly farming the land, they're buying it for investment, that they get taxed more, and at least the government's getting something from it. It's hard to tell a landowner that's got it up for sale that you can't take more money. But this would be maybe one way. I've talked to quite a few ranchers about this, and they said that's, a pretty way of trying to maybe stop it, and maybe, the government would get some more money, because it is becoming an issue when these young guys now that want to do the farming and ranching can't, because they're being pushed out by hedge funds and other funds. So it's something that I feel that the province has to start looking at.
Mr. Chairman, would it possibly be like the Minister of Ag and Irrigation? Would that be someone to talk to about this? Because you can speak to whomever you wish, ask for an audience. Just why this is being brought forward is that Minister McIver's office forwarded the email out to say, hey, we're meeting with folks. But if you want another minister, you can request that. That's not a problem.
What does everybody want? That's a slippery slope on that one.
He does draw a really good point there, though, too. It's the associations like, we'll just use the Ontario Teachers Union, they're awful for driving up the price of land. And it really discourages me that an outside entity with way too much union money can take and do that in a place where it doesn't affect them. So it's a horrible slippery slope to go down, but Shane's right, it should be addressed.
It is, but, so if that association came and wanted your land, and you wanted us to stop them from buying it and putting a tax in here, so that, it's a slippery slope on both sides.
I look at it, it's almost like foreign investment within your country. So it's, you know, I have no problem with them purchasing it, but they shouldn't be able to come in and just name their, the bad thing is if I post my place for sale for $2.4 million tomorrow, we'll just use that for, or quarter land for $2.4 million. And Shane says, I'll buy it from you for $2.4 million, and then the Ontario Teachers Union comes in and says, I will give you 3.2. Well, anybody's gonna take that, but the bad thing is for one, it drives up, it artificially inflates the price of land. And it takes and makes, we're gonna get to that corporate farm point where that's all there's gonna be, and it's, no one's gonna own anything and you're gonna be happy. That's what it's doing.
Robin?
I think that we're already there for the most part. Like you look at family farms 25 years ago, you could family farm at 1,500 acres. Now you need 5,000 just to justify your combine. But, you know, with regards to like a speculation tax, if they're renting their land, they're paying tax on the revenue that they make on the rental, right? And so there are, I think, a lot of situations where a young farmer that can get in and rent the land, it's actually more attainable to get going as long as you actually can find somebody to rent the land from, right? And so the market value on rent is based on productivity. The market value on land is not based on productivity, it's based on speculation. So I actually don't think that there's a business argument to be made for that it hurts agriculture, and it doesn't artificially inflate the land. It actually inflates the land. Like the value of the land it's being purchased for speculation, but land increases in value too. If they were buying up ag land and then putting solar farms on them all over the place when people want to rent it, or you know, then I think that there's more of an issue. But you know, because on 2.4 million, I guess on the irrigation it's a little bit different than dry land. But like when dry land is selling for 600,000 a quarter, what are you going to put on that? Cows that are going to pay for that? Like it really doesn't work that way, right? Go ahead, Shane. I'm just kind of brainstorming here too, responding to your thoughts.
I know, but when these young guys go to the bank for the equipment, they can't get it because they don't own the land. They have no collateral then. They're just renting. And it's no different than what they've done down in the States in places where, and they're looking at it even in Vancouver.
Okay,
For an investment.
let's put this on, we can take it off after, but for moving forward today, does that make sense? We'll put it on as something to talk about. And we can all discuss it as a group when we have time, but I've got people sitting here that we got to get to, so let's put it on as Shane asked for, and then we'll discuss it later, and if we decide to take it off, we can take it off, but it's on for the, fair?
So just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, so it'll be the 3 items plus the purchasing of agricultural lands.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect.
Everybody's good with that?
Yep.
Okay, vote. That's carried. Okay, 9.6, I've just got one more, guys, and then we'll be over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 9.6, proposed fleet addition, Battis fire truck. It's on page 143. There is 4 pages of background information on it. The recommended motion, it's a 2-part motion. So council accepts the transfer of the 2014 fire engine from Battis to the Cypress County fire fleet with no reserve contributions, for the replacement in the vehicle and equipment replacement plan, and that council approves rebranding of the truck and necessary equipment funded from the vehicle and equipment replacement fund not to exceed $15,000.
Michelle?
I'll move this. It seems like a no-brainer to me.
Okay. Go ahead, Shane.
Do they have more than one for sale?
And everybody understands we're just bringing it in because it's free, but we're not adding it to the fleet. It's not being depreciated out. Everybody understands that?
Yeah, it'll be depreciated, but there won't be yet. So it's 1.2 to replace. It'll be about approximately $120,000 a year because there's only 10 years left.
Yeah, anything to add, Jason? Good.
No, just if there's any questions, that's pretty much it. So what it is this was rated for crash rescue, and it didn't meet the Canadian Forces spec. So the Canadian Forces bought one that meets their specs. So this one is a surplus unit that was sitting there, and since we do a mutual aid with the Canadian Forces, they thought it'd be good to keep it in its communities and still help serve them when required.
Oh, right. It's all good. Okay, any other questions? Vote. Carried. Second part of the motion. Lloyd? Okay. Any questions on that? Vote. Carried. Okay, thank you, Jason. All right, guys, sorry I'm running a little late today. We will, is it already here? So you got 22 minutes. All right, guys, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So yeah, this update is going to cover from January 1st right up until the end of June. We finally got the last one, so we got that added on the agenda as well. One of the, I guess, two new things that have come up in the last little bit is our Operational Communication Center has what's called a Real-Time Operations Center now. So it's staffed by a staff sergeant, a sergeant, a crime analyst, and a public servant. And that's 24 hours a day. And that's so that if the detachments have a call that comes in, something of an emergency nature or that requires supervision right away, when there's no supervisors working, they're there to help them out. And obviously if something needs a local supervisor to get out, then they'll call us, but because we're not on call, and it just alleviates, I guess, allows the members who are working to have supervision and guidance during their shifts. One of the other things that they came up with was the Alberta RCMP app. Some people have had a chance to use it, some people haven't yet. It's a way that they can report crimes through the app. It does get sent to our callback unit, and they will investigate it. It's mostly for crimes or something that needs to be reported that pretty much if it's a theft with no suspects, no witnesses, no evidence at scene, it's missing, then it's a way to report it. So we can get know what's going on in the areas, but there's not really much for an officer to come out to the scene or to do. So it allows us to stay on the road, answer the other calls, and it frees up our communication centers as well. So that is available as well. During the fourth quarter, I guess the last from January till March, there was a number of community connections, consultations that went through. There was a couple of us that participated in the Sirens for Life blood donation. Myself and Rebecca went with a couple other members. There was some education sessions where we participated in interviews for the rollout of the body-worn cameras, which we still haven't received yet, but they're coming. There's detachments within the division that have been testing them out, and we were told that we just need the hardware to get uploaded at our detachment so they can dock there and do all that stuff. So that's coming probably by the end of this fiscal, definitely this fiscal year, but maybe by the end of this year. We've had some other meetings and education sessions with Pembina Pipeline, their emergency response. I think we had that here. We had a town hall meeting with the Southeastern Alberta Rural Crime Watch, and we were still working on trying to get the rave up and running. Haven't been into the system in the last couple of weeks, but they put it out now that we had to sign everybody else up before. Now individuals can sign up for themselves and get on the system. What we've been doing in the meantime is we had another meeting shortly after the AGM and discuss how we can share information with Rural Crime Watch a little bit better. So now I just email, or Rebecca or some of the members will just email Shannon and get the information out on their Facebook. So you might have seen some of that a little more, where if we have a stolen vehicle that's running around or something like that, we'll get it out to them. They can get the pictures out on their social media platforms, because we don't have any yet. I asked for a Facebook page for our detachment, and there's a whole bunch of rules that changed in Facebook, so they told us to hold off. We're not allowed to have one yet. So we've been working a little bit more with them, and now that the Rural Crime Watch has the 3 areas, so like Cypress County, 40 Mile County, and Brooks and Newell County, we're able to all feed information into it. So it's the same people that we're seeing doing the crimes in Brooks and 40 Mile County and Cypress County, and they're just moving around, even in southeastern or southwestern Saskatchewan. And to share some of that information, we're getting it out there. I participated in the criminal justice program, sort of an advisory committee with the Medicine Hat College. And we also participated in some party programs at the 7-person school. Most of those are still being done online. We have a new kind of system that we're using with regards to mental health emergency calls. It's called Health IM. And what it is, I think it's 40 questions on an app that we can ask someone who's suffering from mental illness. And it gives us at the end, it assists us with making our decisions, and whether we're apprehending or not, it kind of gives a sort of a threat level in different areas of kind of harm to themselves, harm to others, or are they deteriorating? So that helps us, and then it also sends a report right to the hospital. If we're going to apprehend, we hit send, and it prints out on their printer at the hospital. So they know we're coming, they know all the background, the answers to the questions before we even get there. So it does save us some time. We don't have a problem here with the Medicine Hat Hospital, but other jurisdictions, sometimes their members are sitting at the hospital for 8, 9, 10 hours. And here we're in and out in about 45 minutes to an hour tops. They're really good here. Yes, back in February, some of us participated in the polar plunge. Well, this is going back quite a bit. And almost forgot that, blocked that out of my memory. And we did attend some emergency management quarterly meetings and some other Southeastern Alberta Traffic Safety Coalition meetings. With regards to crime reduction during that quarter, members conducted I'll let Rebecca fill you in on some of that stuff, at various schools throughout the county. We participated in the party programs. We participated with the Southeastern Traffic Safety Committee and Rural Crime Watch and the Citizens Advisory, and we're trying to establish a Citizens Advisory Committee. That's proven to be more difficult because most of the people that were in them before have stepped aside, can't get a hold of them anymore, so I think we're just going to have to start fresh and see who throughout the communities want to be part of this again. Also for rural crime prevention, then that quarter we had 2 individuals that I'm in charge of failed to comply when members did their, curfew checks. So we're still keeping track of those people on conditions. During that quarter, there weren't as many as we used to have on those conditions, so there are less people to check. And also for traffic operations, one of our corporals was still working on their supervisor development program, and it was in part of the traffic safety, and 103 violation tickets were issued, 56 warnings, 75 speeding, 1 occupant restraint, 12 intersections, and 15 other violations throughout various parts of Redcliffe and Cypress County. The speed sign was not utilized, and it needs some maintenance to get it going again. With regards to our staffing levels during that quarter, we had, on the provincial side, we had 4 out of the 5 constables working. We had one member still double bunked with another member, so it helped us out a bit. We had our corporal who's attached to the provincial side, as well as Rebecca's position. On the municipal side, we had 3 out of the 6 vacancies for constables. 2 were hard vacancies, and 2 members have been identified to, they were looking for members at that time to transfer into Redcliffe. And we had, the supervisors were there as well. During the next quarter, from June until, I guess, April until June, we had other meetings where a lot of these meetings surrounded our Southern Alberta District Rural Crime Reduction Unit. During that quarter, we had a lot of property crimes that were happening out in the counties where we were having vehicles stolen, break-and-enters, thefts, and it was between here, Bow Islands area, Raymond's area, Brooks, out in southwestern Saskatchewan, and it always, the numbers that we were seeing, we were kind of, how is this happening so much? We ended up, in the end, just within the last couple of weeks, discovered that there was 3 different groups that were operating in the whole area, and one was apprehended in Brooks area after a short chase with their members in a stolen vehicle, which crashed into the canals out there. They got that individual, he was in custody, and then about a month ago, they caught another 2 individuals down in the Raymond area who were stealing trailers and trucks and vehicles. And then we just this last week over in southwestern Saskatchewan and Swift Current area, they got the other person that we were looking for, and he's in custody now with a stolen vehicle that was stolen from Irvin. So they're just, there was really no rhyme or reason. I don't know why they were doing what they were doing, but they were just stealing a vehicle, going to another community, dropping that vehicle, stealing another one, just moving around and committing minor thefts and break-and-enters in between. And every time our members would catch them or catch up to them, they would just try to ram us, run, flee, and we would just obviously have to let them go. Our policy is quite clear when it's a property crime related. We're not going to put the public in danger by chasing them and eventually cause more harm. But those 3 groups are all been identified or are in custody right now, so we're hoping that our property crimes start to drop. And they stay in. Yeah, and they stay in custody. One's already back out, but.
Go figure.
Other than that, during that quarter, we had some proactive traffic enforcement that we were trying to target. Several staffing shortages, as I'll indicate, we were more than 50% short with our staffing levels. Those didn't materialize, and same thing with presence in rural communities. We would like to get out there more often, but with our staffing levels right now, we're having a difficult time keeping up. With regards to our staffing levels currently, we're still in the hubbing project with the Bow Island detachment, and I'll speak about that in a couple seconds. But with the provincial side, our resources, we have 3 members out of the 5 that are off. 2 of them are on parental leave and one's on a gradual return to work, so we're hoping to get them back operational soon. And Rebecca's position is filled, and one of our corporals is filled. On the municipal side, the supervisors are all filled, but we also have 2 hard vacancies where our members, the positions are not filled, and 2 people have been identified to transfer into the detachment area. One just sold their house and was on a house hunting trip here recently, so we're hoping to get them within the next month. And the other person's still trying to sell their house and get here, so we're hoping to have them by the late fall. We still have 1 vacancy that's medical leave, which we're hoping to get that person back shortly as well. With regards to our Bow Island detachment and kind of our resources being amalgamated, I'm still acting at both detachments. And we have now 1 hard vacancy in Bow Island because of transfer out of province. So they're trying to find a cadet to fill that one. That being said, we evaluated our kind of hubbing project with Redcliffe and Bow Island, and it was about a week ago I sent a recommendation to our district officers that we don't recommend that it continue, just basically because the two detachments, they operate differently. Bow Island's more rural, more on-call type of a detachment, and when they're not working, it drags Red Cliff Resources down into police, 40 Mile County and Bow Island. So and there's other logistical issues that it caused just by the size of the area. Cypress County and 40 Mile County put together are the size of the state of Delaware and Connecticut put together, and we're trying to police it with two small detachments, so it just doesn't work. So that being said, we recommended to our district officers that the detachments go back to two standalone detachments, and they support us on that, so we're going to start that process of kind of policing the two separately again, which I think will be positive just for the community and getting the members out into the area. And those are my updates, unless you guys have any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Lloyd?
Is that the guys from Melkwater too?
I think it's the same, it's my theory, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but the ones who they got in southwestern Saskatchewan, I believe that was the ones from Elkwater, and I think even my theory is that they were kind of hiding out within the trees and the areas of Cypress Hills Provincial Park, because you can hide in there pretty easily. And I know just from friends and chatting with them, they've seen different vehicles down there parked in weird places and with who we thought was the suspects in it, and by the time we get there, they're gone. So, but yeah, so a collective kind of between all the detachments and our criminal intelligence analysts, we were able to track them down and get them in the custody. So
That's good. Okay, I'm going to have a question for you. I'm going to put you on the spot, and I know you're not going to be able to answer it for this meeting, but we have a situation where with Rebecca, she used to code all the tickets to Cypress County. Now that we're paying extra dollars for the RCMP, my question to you is, and we did ask this at K Division, they didn't have an answer, so I'm asking you to bring it up the ladder. Before, if anything happened on the number 3 or the number 1, it didn't matter, it was coded to the province and they received the funds. Now that we're paying up to $650,000 extra for detachment, is that stuff on the number 3 and the number 1 being coded to Cypress County for revenue coming back to us for the extra that we're paying out? To me, it's kind of a double dipping thing if it's not getting coded to us, because we're already paying that extra going up the, next year we're going to be at 750,000 for RCMP. This year we're at 625. So that's my question. You probably can't answer it, but we need to know what's going to happen there, because in our minds that should be coded to this area, to Cypress County, if we're paying for those people to be out there, or a portion of it.
I know when I looked into it just before the last meeting, because I was just curious how it worked, and I went into our e-collision or e-ticketing. I know our tickets before, we'd write the coding on it, where it would go. Now it's, the location's already coded in there, and I was looking at it just to see how it worked, and any provincial highway is always coded provincial. And then when I asked about Cypress County in particular, and if we write, say, a Traffic Safety Act ticket in Dunmore, it was still being coded as provincial. Now, I don't know if any of that's changed with the fee changing, but I can look into it.
And that's what we're asking, is just, I think most of us are on the same page that it's kind of a double dipping. If we're paying for it and you're receiving the funds, even if we just get a portion of it back, it needs to even out some.
Because I know right now everything goes to the province, other than municipal contracts. Then they do go back to, if you have a municipal contract, it goes back to the municipality. If it's a provincial contract, everything goes to the province, and I don't know if they somehow trickle it down, but I'll look into it.
Yeah, it goes into a pool that goes where it's needed, and we're just trying to protect our ratepayers here. If it happens in this area, it should be staying in this area and not going somewhere else. Just a question.
I will look into it.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Nope.
Thank you.
It's over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Do I only have 5 minutes? That's going to be hard.
2 minutes.
Well, enjoy the pictures. I don't know. you know, I did 6 months this time, unfortunately, so I'd have a lot to talk about in 3 minutes. So I don't know if that can be done. You guys want to wait?
You're all right. You can,
Okay,
we're just gonna let you know if lunch is cold, it's your fault.
okay, all right. Well, I mean, the basic stuff, as always, are daily conversations between bylaw officer Mass and myself. I think our communication and our work partnership is really good. Together, we discuss every issue that comes up and that we can, and the Facebook concerns that we see, both of us kind of on Facebook. We're kind of monitoring Facebook a little bit. Probably shouldn't be, but we do. Again, the detachment has, as Sergeant Cordy said, has been slow, or not slow, but the resource or staffing is down, and with that crew that was doing a lot of stealing and stuff, my help was there was a lot of priority calls, I guess, in the last few months, so I've been helping with the detachment a lot, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. 4 corners of the county I always try to get during the week, whichever corner I pick, you know, and go from there for the week. School zones, hamlets, patrols in the schools, you know, for the months that school was in, I've been visited, and enforcement in the school zone area. And staff, students visited, all that stuff, it's always regular. Say January, the skate shack and 7 persons, I guess, as usual. That's kind of a winter thing where some of the kids, local kids, like to go and hang out. So check that. Rest in peace, my little partner and help there out in 7 persons. Gord it will be missed for that. He's always helping me out with that. I received the Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal in January. I have a picture of that. Had the very first ever DARE graduation in Elkwater Colony and Murray Lake Colony the last 6 months, so got some pictures of them. Murray Lake Colony has graciously signed photo releases for all of them, so I'm able to share them. It was amazing, actually. Both colonies, just the questions what they're unaware of and aware of was incredible. The relationships I made there, I think, was pretty neat. I mean, I rode in the Stampede Parade just myself, and there was a bunch of them there that I don't think usually go, but they were definitely my cheering squad. The guy I was riding with says, I think you have your own cheering squad. But yeah, and so those are pretty special, something I'll always remember. Speed enforcement in the construction zone, there was on Township 120, I did quite a bit of that there. I was nice, I guess, and gave people breaks and did not double any of the fines, so I gave them just what a normal fine would be. Attended the North Hargrave Bull Springs Ranch there. There's a new ranch manager that is hopefully going to take over there, and so he met with him. Urban graduation, DARE graduation in March, 25 students, and there was one in 7 persons also, one of the other months. I attended the Hilda Community Center for lunch with Councillor McKenzie. Just thought we'd attend that. That was the last one for the year, was it? Yeah, so that was nice. Traffic control for the Cypress Sunset Scamper running race. That was in March. So always attend the Medicine Hat Feeding Company and Urban Coffee Shop. I was asked to do a write-up for the Hilda history book as a county Mountie. I attached a copy of that. I don't know if I was going to read it to you guys, but I'm sure you have. Again, I was very honored to do that. I was, you know, felt. You know, I said, you want me to do a write-up for the, you know, and so I did, and she said, just about you, and so I added, you know, about the previous county Mounties and stuff, so that was nice. Rose Glen, I stopped there and gave them a tour of the truck and an explanation of my uniform and how things work, and That was my second visit there, and they again were very receptive, and the kids are just over the moon when I drove in there. They were, yeah, it was pretty neat. Different than the Elkwater Murray Lake Colony. They're a bit, they see me more. So the Rose Glen Colony, they had their questions and stuff it was really good. They learned a lot and learned a lot from them. I did a couple of vitras and helped in Red Cliff for a fingerprint program at one of the schools there. Vitras, believe, were both in Red Cliff. Cabin Lake and Sandy Point patrols, no problems encountered there. Let's see, Prima Sasha's Family Day and Parade was in May. And myself and Constable Swaski spent a whole day in urban school talking about online safety. We did 2 grade 7s, 2 grade 8s, and 2 grade 9 classes there. So that was well receptive, I think. We did another suspicious dead cow fowl, which turned out to be not anything criminal related. Attended the Suffield Community and Rec AGM, Welcome Center visits. Assisted the detachment in a variety of calls over the last few months, assisted fire with traffic control. Rural Crime Watch meeting at the detachment we had. We attended the Cypress County Volunteer Appreciation Barbecue. And 7 persons there, 29 students. Rose Glen Colony. Also I went back to Murray Lake Colony and gave them a tour of the truck. I wish I could, because while the lights and stuff is going, it's all being recorded, and it would be something to play that back because they're just all over it. Halo on the Hanger pancake breakfast I was at, and did a littering cigarette investigation, which you guys know I've been itching to do, and finally I had a complaint where my witnesses and evidence was good, and they were willing to attend court. Obviously, they're the witnesses. I didn't witness the offense, so they're my witnesses. They have to be cooperative with all that. Finally had a really good file for that, and in the end, when you get to court, the thing to prove was that cigarette lit? Was it actually burning matter? At night, that might be a bit different to prove, but during the day, those witnesses could not 100% say that cigarette was lit, because it was during the day, it bounced off their windshield and stuff. It was a windy day, it was dry as popcorn fart, but that evidence could not be proved, so I mean, it's a bit discouraging for me, but it'll happen. But they understand the devastation as much as I do, so they were very willing to be cooperative with us, but didn't happen. So we'll keep working. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know if you guys have any questions. It's kind of went through that quicker than I wanted to. Maybe I missed something important, but I don't know if you guys have any questions. I'm sure you guys all read it.
It's nice, Rebecca, to see that the DARE program is still, going now after COVID, and that you're getting good response. It's good to see.
Yeah, I mean, the schools, the 7-person school and urban schools, that class that I missed, I feel I should probably go back and do it, but they knew, like, oh, we didn't get it, that wasn't fair, but it's just the way it goes. But yeah, it's good.
Any other questions?
Come on.
No? Yeah, good job. Thank you very much. Not very often you come here and we send you out with homework, eh? Well, thank you very much, guys. We appreciate it when you come in and present to us. We look forward to it. So, you're more than welcome to join us for lunch. Hopefully it's not cold, and it's Rebecca's fault. Just giving you a hard time. Okay, we'll break for lunch. We'll reconvene about 1:45.